Hello, hello. Sorry for my lateness. The kids were testy. Is that the right word? Yeah, just keep coming out of the bed, coming out of the bed, coming out of the bed. So, those of you with little kids, you know what's up. I see lots of far out 22 people already. Gee, let me have a look at the chat. What have I missed? What have I missed? Let's welcome everybody. Hello, Liz. First one here. Wait, second one. Nah, first one. Alex, subs up. Your card's in the mail already. Matilda, hello, hello. Mr. Roberts, welcome. Evelyn, Retro Ranger. Who else? Jonas, Cassie, Pia, Sandra. Sounds like I'm reading some sort of UFC fighting role. Oh, Lori. Who else? Q. I love how Matilda is like, I've got a spanner next to my name, so John's not here. I'm gonna just get people to start listing anyways. Great work. Good old class monitor. Jody, hello. What does that make you, Paul? Bad cop? All good, Jody. As long as we're doing something, that's the whole point, right? Dedicated time. Yeah, the whole point of this session just to get work done in the company of other people that are doing the same thing, more or less. I've got how many photos do I got? I think I did today. I took about 4,000 photos. Yeah, I was just snapping. So because I've learned that on Wednesday when I get up, Wednesday I can't do much because of the fact that I'm sleeping late on Tuesday, and then Thursday is another late night, which I'm perfectly fine to do. But just that Thursday's work is very much monotonous stuff. So like packing, general tidying, just sorting stock by condition, stuff that doesn't require much thinking. Yeah. Also, with taking photos of toys, there's no great ergonomic way of doing it, because no matter how like with clothing, right, it's quite, you can stand up straight, you can lay it all out. There's a lot of open kind of ergonomics to it, whereas with toys, they're so small, you're always kind of like this, no matter how much you still tend to do this because it's such a tiny thing. So especially on days when you're tired, on days when you're not feeling well, my back starts to feel it a lot more. So usually when I feel like, yep, I've got a good day, my back's good, I just take as many photos as I can, just put it in the photo bank, and then that way on like less when the body is just tired, those days could just be kids. Like there are some days when the kids get clingy, and those of you who have kids, you'll know this, right? When you carry, when they just want to be carried, so you're carrying them, but you're always using the same side, and then you're locking, and then eventually you kind of just lock your hips in one side, and then you sit down and you bend, and it's all just painful down the one side. Yeah, those days the only thing that can get done is just packing, general sorting, sleep. Hey, see how for long? What up, dude? That video we did together with the op shop stuff, it's a lot of work, but I'm getting there. I'm like slowly. So essentially, Chris and I did a video just talking about whether you can do op shop whether if op shops was like the not negotiable sourcing place, whether you could actually build a business around it, and what would need to change for it to be the only sourcing place. And then me and my silliness decided that I needed to make it some sort of a funny edit because it was quite a long video. So we recorded it in such a way that to facilitate the edit. And then Chris, as he's leaving, goes, "Good luck with the edit." And I go, "Thanks." And I'm doing the edit. I'm like, damn, this is actually a lot of work. But we must see things through to the end. So we will get it will be finished at some point. We did cover a lot in that video. Be a star, hit the like button. Yes, thank you. And tell your friends. Like How awesome would it feel if you guys knew that you were the OGs of this live stream, and one day you come, there's 100 of us here. How cool would it be? Like 100 people at a church gathering to do the one thing, which is have communion over this thing called listing. Feels like a higher purpose, some sort of higher calling. Yeah, Jody, kids are good. Kids are good. 10,000. Woo! 10,000 people listing at the same time. Why not? Why not? I saw that. I saw that, Jody. Why not? Nachos, right? Like loaded chips, loaded corn chips, loaded anything. I don't know. Like I've never had nachos or loaded chips, and at the end of it felt like it was a good idea. At the start it's always great. It's very similar to night before John, morning after John. So night before John is like, yeah, babe, I'll wake up, I'll make breakfast, I'll sort the kids out, no problem. Da 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 da. Morning after, hey John, I appreciate your heart. I know where it's at. I know you love me, but kind of had a feeling that last night was night before John talking, and morning after John's not really doing very well, is he? No. And I think nachos, anything loaded feels like that to me. Like the before is like, that looks so good. I want it. The smell. And then halfway through towards the end is like, no, why did I do this? So Chris, educate us. Why do you do it on a weekly basis? Like I could not do nachos on a weekly basis, like once in a month. Like enough time for me to forget that I did nachos before. And your nachos look fairly loaded too. So yeah. G'day, Michael. Welcome, welcome. Puppy dog. I feel like that about KFC. KFC is like out of all the out of the three fast food chains, because we never count Red Rooster. The one that I feel the worst after is always KFC. It's like as if everything just has an extra bit of sugar in it. Like you finish it all, you go, wait, I've had I've had a burger from all these places. They've all had a bun, they've all had a patty in it, they've all had vegetables and some sort of sauce, they've all had chips. But KFC just sits. It's like it cakes on and just stays there for a bit, and then the whole day you're just feeling like your body is working really hard to digest that. Yeah. Chris, we've done it since we're back as kids, so have just kept it as a way to chill out with the family, watch something, hang out. That's cool. Not that we need an excuse to have nachos weekly. Hey, Grumpy Granny is here. All right, we're ending the chat. Love you, Grumpy. I love the episode that you guys did today, where so if you guys haven't watched Grumpy Granny and the Disgruntled Octopus, go watch that episode. I'm not sure if I've won them over, but it felt like there was, let's take the piss out of John, but at the same time, we also will praise him. And it felt like you guys couldn't quite decide. But either way, plenty of mentions, so I'm not going to say no to that. Thank you very much for all those mentions. Yeah, Avalon just got a wisdom tooth taken out, so I gave her the chance to stream in today, and she has not taken up my invitation. I did say to her it would be quite nice to have her come in with like a solar tooth and just lisp everything. Hope you have a quick recovery. Not fun getting wisdom teeth taken out. Although I will say that local anesthetic, that numbing feeling, so fun. Like you just playing with that, you're just playing with that part of your mouth the whole day. Oh. Figsy. All right. I've caught up with the chat. Let's do some listening. or more like I'm late, so I'm gonna get some listing done. Yes, if you search up the disgruntled octopus, you will see an orange octopus head. That's the channel. And if you click on it, you'll see a whole bunch of videos with Grumpy Granny's face on it. Because Grumpy Granny, kudos to her. Like, I think my mohawk is consistently on brand. Grumpy Granny with that top and her rollers and her lippy on, even more on brand. So I really hope, Grumpy Granny, that your effort to be on brand really pays off and people just remember your face. Like you remind me of the guy, not saying you look the same, but when I think of your face and how and the brand, like with the rollers and the lippy and everything, I just want you to be on a cereal box. Like I grew up eating Quaker Oats and there was that guy's face, you know, or like we grow with Dali toothpaste and there was like a guy with a top hat. Just any sort of brand with a face, like a classic looking face. I hope that eventually Grumpy Granny gets to be on like a cereal box somewhere. Cereal box, shoebox, something. What do you reckon? That would be a nice way to pay for their channel. Like screw donut branding, screw like Ethan Rushock, whatever, right? Donuts, that's too small. We want Grumpy Granny on cereal boxes. Also, throughout the night, as you guys are doing listings, send offers. Like every hour, track how. One thing I like doing with send offers is actually checking every hour because it'll give you an idea of when you're getting spikes in interested traffic as opposed to just spike in general traffic. Um, especially do it over the weekends. You'll find that if you want to have any sort of wisdom with scheduling listings, you could easily schedule more listings before those peaks in interest periods and see more sales. So for me, if I were to ever schedule listings, it tends to bank up around that Friday 8 p.m. Friday 8 p.m. I used to do Friday 8 p.m. 1 hour every listing, 1 hour listings until about 12. And after that, I'll start again at like 10 a.m. on a Saturday morning and do one every hour and then go backwards and forwards and layer it on. So, like, for example, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10, all the way to 12. Then go back, 11:01, 10:01, 9:01, 8:01, and one every minute. So that when a person goes to their save searches, they see a layer of listings essentially for them. And they're like, ooh, and they're constantly looking. And then when you think about somebody who is on their phone all the time for a particular period of time, they're just constantly picking it up. So can you imagine if you go to your phone at 8 o'clock and you go to your save searches, ooh, John has put up some new listings. I've saved a couple, watched a couple, not really interested in some, whatever, right? Go make a cup of coffee, go whatever. 9 o'clock, pick up the phone again. More new listings. 10 o'clock, more new listings. 11 o'clock, more new listings. You kind of see what this is doing. So that's kind of, so to me, when you send offers every hour, you can see who's actually, like, when you have your most interested periods of time, and that will actually help you to make an informed decision with scheduled listings as well. Hope that helps. Yes, black coffee, Chris. Black coffee. All right, where's everybody at? What have I missed? Hey, Brad and Jez, how are ya? And Jake, what are we listing today? We have John Roberts bought a 200 plus lot at an estate sale. Nice. We like quantity. Do you drive a van or a truck? Alex saying I've always looked at CDs but never know how well they do for me. I actually gave away like 2 crates of CDs. And someone came and bought it, like picked it up within like 10 minutes of it going up. I feel like with every category, there's always profit to be made. It's just a matter of whether you're willing to do the required work to move the item or not. Sometimes, and people always say, is it worth the effort, right? So I love this conversation about whether it's worth your time. But nobody likes to admit that they don't think it's worth their time because they just don't like doing it, because it makes them look weak. It makes them look like they're a bit of a puss. Not that anybody actually thinks that way. Some people do, but I suppose if you're in like the public square of reselling conversation, in Facebook groups or whatever, no one ever says that's not worth my time because I don't like doing it. They'll make it about some sort of dollar figure, but in reality, there are plenty of things with profit that I don't touch just because I don't like doing it. So I think that if you say it out loud, it makes it really clear. The next time you go sourcing, if you see those things and people bring it up, you don't feel the need to have this justify conversation. Go, I don't like selling it. The more honest you are, the clearer your direction. The more efficient your work is. Alex saying sorting through store categories at the moment, switching using eBay categories, using his own instead of eBay categories. That's cool. Jody saying, hope you have an awesome week. Since joining John and doing more listings, my sales have increased so much. Thanks, John, for letting us night follow you. Yeah, like, isn't it interesting? The more you list, the more you sell. Wow. But it's true though. Like, I feel that when we don't set aside dedicated listing time, we think we do more than we actually do, and we think that we do more in the time that we do stuff than we actually do. And then we sometimes wonder, like, we forget, right, whether it's been 2 days, 3 days, or 4 days that's passed since we had a listing session. So at least now, like, you guys have, like Tuesday and Thursday, for sure it's going to be listing time. And if that consistency itself registers on the algorithm, especially when we're doing it for several hours at a go, just from me, that half hour, I did 18 drafts. So I'm gonna just try and solid 30 talk, see where we end up. I'm really hoping to pump up about 150 tonight if I can, because I'm feeling kind of awake. I've got black coffee and honey here with me. If I make 2 and I'm super buzzy, so be it. Maybe the keyboard will sound louder. And I'll take some of Paul's job. Please like the video. I think it helps the algorithm. Brad, does liking the video help the algorithm? Because you guys have done YouTube way longer than I have. There's a whole bunch of gaming speak about polishing pads in the GameCube adapter, which I have no clue about. More listing, less talking until break time, boys and girls. Yes, Grumpy Granny. I take no blame for the chatting tonight. There's a lot of people. And I did say that if you are here this format is nice. I did toy around with the let people Zoom, like people stream in and talk. But I think this is good, where if you want to work quietly, you can, because I'm keeping the time. I'm trying to keep the time. So that way, if you're going, yep, it's gone quiet. If I don't look at the chat, wait for the alarm, I'll get a solid 30 minutes. Got recipe books. We have vintage children and little golden books. Speaking of vintage books, I still cannot believe that Mulberry Street got canned. Like, I absolutely love reading that book to my kids because it's got such a good crescendo to that story. It's like, that's what I saw. No, 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 that's what I saw. Like, those of you guys who know the story. And the fact that it got canned because of all the stereotypical types, like the Chinaman with chopsticks and the band and whatever else. I'm just like the Raja with the pearls. Just ugh. I don't like the fact the variety that is the spice of life, because people get offended so easily. That annoys me. So yeah. But that is one of my favorite kids storybooks to read to kids, because so many stories, it's like, one day Jack did this, then he went here, and then he went there and did this, the end. It's boring. I yawn as I read it. Whereas with Mulberry Street, whenever I read it, I find myself wanting to get the tone better, wanting to read the words better, wanting to like exclaim when it should be exclaimed better, wanting to like go, wanting to have the, what's the word, the inflection when it's like a question versus like a, like exclamation or a question, like to, it's a great book to teach your kids how to actually tell stories as well. So yeah, when that book got banned on the ban list, not happy. Interest rate. I suppose that's relevant given that we are reselling, like, it's reselling, it's business, it's money. We should talk about interest rates. I don't know how you guys do. I hereby ban all talk of interest rates for the rest of the night. Sorry, Gravy. We have to talk about this. I feel like with interest rates, that there's two ways to go about it, right? Either you're the type that must know to manage, or you put in place a bunch of things that make you just not think about it. So in my case, I go, keep everything to cash. Don't borrow money unless I really have to. If I have to borrow money, so be it. But make sure that I have a very certain return. So I don't use an overdraft, because to me an overdraft is just asking for trouble, especially if you don't have certain returns a certain return on investment that you always go for. Even myself, very niche seller, very experienced in my categories, still I don't like the overdraft just because it's too easy. The only time I borrow money is if I have and when I say borrow money, I mean I don't go to the bank, I go to my dad because he's got cash. And he's on the verge of retirement. So it's kind of like, do I go to the bank and pay them their rates, or do I just pay my dad his rates, which is a lot lower? Because his essentially is just a home loan rate. Long story short, I'm humble enough to ask. He's a banker as well, so we're financial enough to go, that's the better option, because we're not too proud to go, you go get your own money. Anyways, only time I borrow money is if it's a collection. I know there's a fixed return and I know what I'm paying my dad. Therefore, it's like it's a pretty easy math situation. And it's a purpose for purpose borrowing kind of situation. Apart from that, I don't think about rates at all. When you're self-employed, if you're not growing, if your personal income isn't going up on paper, you're not going to be able to refinance your loans anyways. So, and even if you can refinance your loans, if you want to do it on 1 year financials, you essentially have 3 banks to go. You have the Westpac Group, you have ANZ and CBA. So all their rates are fairly similar anyways, and the only thing you get out of it is like a cashback if you do refinance, like 2 to 4K depending on which year you do it. So because there's such limited things you can do with interest rates anyways, I just don't think about it anymore. Which is why when someone says 6 months out, I go, oh, is that it? Okay, cool. Even like me going to my dad for a loan, it's not like I know the rate that's in the market. All I know is that's going to be cheaper because of the class of loan. So his is an offset account against a home loan. Home lending is always going to be cheaper than business lending. So on that basis, that's the cheaper option. Not that I know the actual number. All I know is it's cheaper, therefore it's the better. You can tell I don't keep track of numbers to a T. Me and CL Furlong are like complete opposites. Minikin, hello, hello. Doing Hot Wheels again tonight. Big boy pants and just suck up Grumpy Granny and Octo hanging muck. It's yeah, fair enough. Brad, there's definitely stuff that isn't worth your time. I feel like what's it like? Yeah, I mean, look, of course there are things that are not worth our time, and some people just don't know how to do bundles. I think that's it. Like when Chris and I did that video, which we have yet to put up about op shops, essentially we recognize, yeah, like there's some things just not worth putting on eBay, but you can find a community group, find a library, find someone who will buy your stuff on a regular basis. You could still make some money with your time. But yeah, Nike CL. I want to see Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers in concert at Football Park, Adelaide. So long ago, they were good. You're older than me. I have no idea who those people are, and I've never been to Football Park in Adelaide. Cool. I seem to have triggered a bunch of people in the group. I find it ironic that a country person is not a fan of country music. Explain. I mean, you sang the Balls of O'Leary. Is the Balls of O'Leary like a sea shanty kind of song? In which case, are you a country person longing for the sea? I just assume everybody in the country likes country music. Actually, when I first migrated here, I've got no shame in saying this. I used to think that John Farnham, because Farnham sounds like farm. Anybody who grew up on a farm just likes John Farnham. That was what I thought when I first got here. I was 14 at the time, very impressionable. So yeah, that was my impression. Grumpy Granny Grumpy Granny singing Eminem in the shower. That'll be Grumpy Granny. If you do wanna surprise us again in a future video and rap some sort of Eminem, we're all for it. Like okay. Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers. I know the names. I just don't know who they are. I don't know. Like if you had like a like a criminal lineup and you told me to pick their faces, I wouldn't know who they are. Is Dolly Parton blonde? Like I know the names. Like I've heard it wherever. Because I'm guessing it's pretty common to hear those names in Australia, but don't know their faces. Don't know their music. Wouldn't be able to tell which era they are from. Slim Dusty. I know that name. Don't know what he looks like either. Dirty ditty. Oh, we have to Google. What is a dirty ditty? What is a dirty ditty? Define dirty ditty. A simple song with a simple tune with a warble. This is, oh, by the way, guys, I feel like this is a granny. This is a great example of why ChatGPT is not quite there yet. You put in words like what is a dirty ditty? It gives you all the artists, doesn't define it for you. And then you put in define dirty ditty, and it's like, I don't know what to do with this, so I'm just going to define a ditty, and I'm going to define the word dirty. So literally, in my first page, I've got dirty versus ditty, which is not what we're after. And then we've got a simple, unaffected song, which is a ditty, but doesn't tell us anything about the dirty aspect of it. And then we've got a ditty is a short and light-hearted poem or song, which is fair, but doesn't tell us about the dirty aspect of it. And then it just defines dirty, obscene, indecent, offensive, in good taste. So essentially, if somebody who had no idea about English and didn't know that those words would be defined together and chat GPT their way through an exam, they'd get like this. I don't think with that, I think to your video about whole chat GPT kind of taking over, I think it's a long road. It's a long road. Matilda, my country girl, hate country music. Gosh, Garth Brooks, Slim Whitman. I second Brad's suggestion for Rap God. So Grumpy Granny, Rap God, do it, and then like do the whole song, and then repurpose the shit out of that video into like multiple shorts, reels, stories, boomerang it back and forth. Just make Insta go crazy with a grumpy. We'll make you go viral. How's that sound? We'll make you go rival as the Australian granny rapping Rap God. Like if anybody of us here in the chat do Rap God, we don't go viral. But Grumpy Granny with Lippy on and rollers doing Rap God, plus a shower cap because Alex asked for it, I reckon they'll go viral. Speaking of dirty, right? Dirty ditties. I suppose. What's that song? Oh, what do we do with a drunken sailor? So I was listening to a version of it, and my son listened to it, and then he really liked the tune because although all those songs are really catchy tunes, and he was like, shave his belly with a rusty razor. I'm like, yeah, that I can explain to my son, and then he goes, why do we put him in the bed with the captain's daughter? So I don't know how to explain that to you. And essentially, all I was left with was, I suppose if you're not supposed to be in your sister's bed, and you are, it's kind of naughty. So I guess we'd be mad at you. But that's essentially the extent of the explanation. Kids are so cute. Grumpy Granny, Eminem. As much as a parent, I would not let my kids listen to Eminem also. But Eminem did help me through a lot of my directionless periods in my young adult life, because there's a when he raps, there's a sense of like logic to it. It's like, here's how I feel, here's what I want, that's why I did it. Like there's a and it was surprisingly, it clarified a lot of like thoughts going like, do I do this, that? And I feel like it only made sense because my folks and all the grown-ups in my life were all like, just do this and don't ask us why. So that was the kind of upbringing I had. But I feel like, yeah, if you're the kind of parent that talks to your kids and lets them articulate what they want, and then you can have meaningful conversation about what they want versus what they should want versus what they need versus their responsibilities, then Eminem is just essentially garbage music. But I found the way that he goes about it. It's raw. I get it. It's some of it's a bit obscene. I get it, but it's real, and I like that. So, and I remember meeting a mom who let her son listen to Tupac, and she was saying like, I know he's gonna learn bad stuff anyways, but I want him to be able to articulate his thoughts. And surprisingly, a few years later, she was like, yeah, you watch the way they interact. There's very like there's it's very systematic conversation because that's essentially what rap is. It's like good rap is like that, as opposed to just blah 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 boom boom boom. That's not good rap. That's rubbish. But the good like old school rap, I feel it's just literally trains of thought articulated in a way that makes sense. Justifying Eminem. Yeah, the mother relationship thing isn't good. But you'd hope that a kid listening to music about a bad relationship with their mother isn't gonna sour on you just because of music, right? If you already have a good relationship with your kids, right? If you're gonna play a pink electric guitar, you might as well dye your hair pink too. Everyone's got some ideas. Limp Bizkit! Do we have enough skills to start a reseller band? I've got the hair. I did have a feeling, Avalon, when I saw that photo you sent me on Instagram about your pal to list on Tuesday. I'm like, hmm, is she planning to do like? I'm assuming she's researching from scratch. She's doing everything from scratch. Then I guess it justifies a few hours. But man, you gotta that assuming you've already taken the photos, assuming you know what they are. Most drafts shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes, especially if you're doing if you're just doing drafts with item specifics, 1 or 2 minutes max, pricing probably another 10 seconds. And then if you actually have to research pricing internationally on TerraPeak, maybe another minute. So you're really looking at maximum 5 minutes if you're slow. Um, yeah, so use that as your measure, which means that if you plan to be in a session where we're going for 3 hours, you want to stay for like 3 hours, then essentially you're doing 4 to 5 minutes times. So you're doing about 6 to 10 drafts every half hour. Three, yeah, you get the idea. They'll kind of give you an idea of how much prep you need to do. Or just come hang. Paul, the bubble wrap. No, I'll save it for another live. I've been trying to think about what to do every live to make it a bit different. And essentially, like we did a little bit of art. So this is the second live that we featured Mikey with his art. And I thought of something, and Paul, you've kind of inspired me to do this. But I'll save it for a different live. All right, I'm going back to listing. This is good. This is activity. This is good energy. Avalon, nay, absolutely nay. Latest Brad, yeah, Avalon, no to stock photos if they are secondhand. Definitely not. And here's the thing, right? If your stock photos look cleaner, that you can achieve. The moment you take more photos, you convey more information than a stock photo can convey because of the angles you take. To the point about texture, feel, sheen, all of those things don't come out in stock photos. So unless you're talking about like a stock photo, like stock photos for Lego make sense because it's just the box, it's just print, right? But if you're talking about clothing, um, you know, like for like take this jumper I'm wearing, okay? Stock photo just means straight on, side, maybe this section. But when I used to take photos of clothing, I used to put it on an angle, try and get the shine of the curve of the embossing, try and get the wording here, try and convey like how thick and hefty the actual toggles are. That's the kind of thing that gets you your extra dollars. So I'd stay away from stock photos if the items are not new. Even then, right, when we used to sell new items and we tried stock photos at one point just to see if that made a difference, someone complained because they were like, oh, we actually want to see we bought it for the print because his favorite character is on his chest, and that was the photo. But then when the item arrived, the print was such that the favorite character wasn't on the chest but was somewhere else. You think about like Toy Story, when you've got like several characters on the same t-shirt, and the characters obviously move around as depending on the actual shirt that you get. And then they got us thinking, all right, look, unless it's a plain t-shirt, unless it's Nike with a bunch of stripes, if it's multi-print stuff, we still try and take individual shots because it's just it just conveys confidence. People buy, they get what they see. I think that's kind of it. So if it's not too much effort, then do them. Granny's like, never. Alex, yep, that's it. And I think we can. We can take better photos. You gotta understand, with stock photos, just because stock photos are available doesn't mean they're the best. Like I learned this very quickly with toy cars, right? Like with because there's this assumption, toy car in a packet, you just see the car like that. It's like that's it. You see a side-on view, that's all you see. Compared to if you actually rotate the car around, you're like, whoa, I see all the different angles of the car. Makes a big difference. I'll actually, you know what? I'll show you guys. Wait, I'll see if I have it open. I'll find two cars for you I'll see if I have a car that is in packet and out of packet. What do I have that's in packet, out of packet? In packet, out of packet. Do I have that is an in packet, out of packet car? Let me see. Oh, yes. All right, where are you? Cool. Okay, so how do I share screen? Okay, so Avalon. So this is what stock imagery looks like, right? It's just one like this side-on view. That's it. You can look at you can kind of zoom in, kind of get an idea for the thing, but really it's like I don't really know what it looks like. I have to go into Google to try and figure out if I like it or not. I have to go on Google to figure out if the rest of it makes if I like it. I don't know what the other side looks like. compared to something like this, where this is the kind of difference I'm talking about, right? Where if you take, you see what I mean? So this is what you can do with clothing. Every single angle to make the buyer go, huh, wow, I didn't realize the grill had this kind of detail, all the dirt, because it's meant to be like a rally car. So that's kind of what we mean. You know, like even on the underside, yep, there's all these detail here that I actually cannot see with the packet. So that's my example when someone says, "Oh, do you do stock imagery or not?" I go, "Well, just because it's available doesn't mean it's the best." You got to ask yourself, if I do my own photos, does the buyer get more information? Do they grow in confidence? If my standard is always going to be my photos because I believe that they always get more value with my photos, does that lead to a much better buyer experience? And from that point on, your store is already set apart from everyone else, because every other reseller and their dog is, trying to be lazy to use stock photos, and immediately when buyers come to your store, they go, "Wow, there's more care, more effort." They're trying to understand why everybody else doesn't do this, but you do, and they're giving you all these reasons, and they could be reasons that you never even thought about. Like, this buyer must care because if they're gonna go through this many steps, they must ship well as well. No correlation, but they've essentially reconciled that in their head, and they've given you that benefit. So, if you can always do more, do more. Um, Within capacity, and only if it adds value. Right? Some people do more, doesn't add value. Stop. If it adds value, definitely do it. Night Minikin. Ah, so close. 35. We did 18 before in the first half hour, so one short. Dang it. So close. So close. Hmm. Right, let's finish this listing and see what everyone's up to. Okay. Send offers because strike the iron while it's hot. All right, let's look at the chat. Let's see. Photos amazing. Are they done on your phone? Yes, 14 Pro Max. Upgrade my phone every year. Always get the Max version because the Max version has the better sensor so that you get that little bit more light and makes all the difference. So you can you come I used to have the I used to try and skimp and get the standard Pro, not the Max version. And I noticed that the shutter speed's a little bit slower. The light intake is not as good, and you put them side by side, you actually notice it. And that's funny, right? Because we use our phone so much, we actually notice these things. You'll be surprised. There once was a time when, before smartphones, before any sort of, yeah, back when only photographers took photos and everybody else had like a Kodak like a disposable Kodak camera. The professionals could tell good photos, we couldn't. Now I feel like because we consume such high quality media on a daily basis, when we are the ones taking the photos, you can tell the moment you go to a better phone and you compare to the one you just had, you're like, wait, that used to be good for me, but just in one day I noticed the difference already. And if you notice that, can you imagine the buyer, their level of patience for for fuzzy photos, lack of detail, blurry backgrounds, you almost have to retake bad photos rather than hope that the buyer doesn't notice, because you now know for a fact that buyers notice. So yeah, it's nothing to do with age, nothing to do with the fact that I'm younger, you're older, whatever, right? Like everybody like now notices because that's just the standard that the brain's used to processing. And for that reason alone, if you're gonna upgrade your technology, just go top of the range, and you'll reap it back. Like whenever like whenever I show you guys the photos on Instagram, I just did that screenshot before. The feedback's always the same. Wow, your photos are really good. Top of the line phone, good angles, balanced lighting, and photograph what the buyer wants to see. You do all those things, that's the outcome. Doesn't matter the product. Paul saying, I was bummed for a day. Then oh yeah, because he had to retake photos, even though he's an authorized reseller of I think it was Max, wasn't it, Paul? And he was saying he's like, stop. Once I stopped sooking and got them out and took new photos, they sold quicker than they were. So all in good in the end. Yeah, see, that's it, right? Like you take better photos. For those of you guys who joined us later, I'm not sure who actually joined in the last half hour. We were talking about how do you take Avalon asked, do you take stock photos? Do you use stock photos? And I shared my screen and said that I had a car that was a used car and a car that's a new car. Stock photos are not always the best photos. They're just the easiest and most available. If you can take more angles and every photo conveys new information to the buyer, it increases confidence. It sells faster. That's it. Adam, yeah, Adam's joined. Minikin talking about what everyone's listing, but Minikin thing's gone already. But we can't assume that because people have said they are going and then they've hung around anyways because our chats are fun. Seriously, the energy in the chat, you guys are amazing. I have learned to relinquish control of the chat because I've realized that just create the space, let everyone come, and tonight we seem to be talking about music and photos. Music, I can't contribute to, apart from the request for Grumpy Granny to the Rap God, which we still think needs to happen. And we will hold Grumpy Granny to that. Although, Grumpy Granny, I will say you are very good at taking requests and moving things here. Like that postage video you did, very good. I loved how, and if you guys haven't seen Grumpy Granny's postage video, for those of you who already know what to do, just watch it anyways. Great refresher. I was watching and I went, oh yeah, cool. So go check it out on her channel. Grumpy Granny Flipper. And subscribe to her if you haven't yet. Jody, do you test all your records? Grumpy Granny says I test mine. Minikin saying phasing clothing out, just don't like listing it. That's fair. I'm very torn. I have all these brats that I've all these brats and Monster High that I want to sort, but I'm also in two minds whether I just let it go in the bulk lot. But it's a lot. So I'm like, oh, do I keep it? Do I sort it? I'm not quite there yet. Janelle Froloff. Welcome. Here before midnight. Interesting. Your night must be boring. Liz, taking more hostages as long as they give you helpful information. New YouTube show where you guys take resellers hostage and other resellers can judge if they get out of the hostage depending on advice given during interviews made. That's a great concept, actually. Like, but here's the thing: it's so subjective though with reselling because we sell so many different things. You almost need to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know how to make that exciting. Survivor style reseller theme Survivor. Certainly needs better thoughts to go with that. Bill Haley and the Comets. Rock and roll. I don't mind some rock and roll. You have to ask John the reseller about that first hostage. It was good. Great conversation. As with all things, as I think reselling is such a wide topic. You can talk about it forever because varied by the items sold, varied by the platforms used, varied by the people that, because we the moment you shift from, like, it's very easy to be stuck on platform and go, this works on the platform, this doesn't work on the platform. But what about people? I mean, there's so many, like Janelle will probably tell you, like there's it's not just about the platform. You've got people that you sell to that will just buy from you wholesale, right? Once you add the people element to it, who comes to you without the platform, then the conversation widens again, right? Which groups of people come to you? Which groups of people do you go to? So you got platform, groups of people, individual. Conversation just blows open. But that's all we are. We're just connection. We're just connection points. And I think that's the thing. We don't. I feel like when resellers start, they put too much emphasis on the platform. They go, I use the platform. Platform sucks. I'm going to move platforms. And then they try another platform and it sucks. They go to another platform. Doesn't suck. Sucks for them. Big difference, right? It doesn't. None of the platforms actually suck, because if we tried making our own, we couldn't. So on that basis alone, all the platforms are better than what we could do. Hence, they don't suck objectively. Every platform is incomplete, imperfect. I get it. Minimum viable product, right? But for a lot of resellers, the platform sucks for them because they don't understand their role. They don't understand how the product fits with the platform. And then so whenever you have a win on the platform, register that win and ask, what did you do on the platform that allowed the platform to work for you? Take notes. And every time you have a new win, like me, right? I'm constantly talking about how I think about my buyer. That's my flavor on the platform. The platform is very much just a tool for me. I take that approach, I go to another platform, I do exactly the same thing, and it works because it's a me thing, not a platform thing. So if you want to grow in your confidence, start identifying what are the things that are you plus platform, because the you part is so critical. So when you go source for product, when you go sell to people, you take that you element with you, gives you great confidence because you're no longer tied to a platform. You're no longer feeling like the platform is a crutch. All these external factors are a crutch. You're starting to internalize your success, and that's a great thing. I have about 20 hymn CDs. Oh, I love hymns. Hymns are dope. I used to sing hymns to the kids to sleep. Be still, my soul. The Lord is on thy side. All right, we'll stop. What else? Where are we at? I'm reading these chats, just convincing myself you guys still did work. There's a lot happening here. We'll blame Janelle because she made the entrance. Good week for Matilda. First week closing bricks and mortar and committing more to eBay. Woo! Yeah! You're free! You're free! Avalon's still here doing listings. Awesome, awesome. Depop. You know what? I love Depop because it's so visual. If I did just my buyers just are not on Depop. Like if there were more toy buyers on Depop, I'd go to Depop. But I feel like Depop is very female heavy. Correct me if I'm wrong. So like a lot of the toys I sell would look great on Depop, but they just don't. My buyer base is still very eBay, very much eBay. But yeah, like if I could, if Depop starts getting more male buyers, I would totally put toys on Depop. Matilda says you will see more of her literally even. Ooh. We'll get you on the channel. We're supposed to do some sort of interview thing, won't we, Matilda? And also, anyone else of you guys, if you have a story you want to tell reselling wise, if you want to share your story, is probably the best way to put it, because well, I trust you guys, but at the same time, I feel that there's a lot of benefit in when you share your story, you identify why you did well, gives you confidence, it gives other people another example of how this reselling thing can work for them, because everybody comes with very different circumstances. And so it's a bit like this, right? If you come to reselling and you see people doing well on a spectrum here, and you think, fine, I need to go closer to there, and then someone else tells you a story and they're closer to here, and you go, actually, since that's also possible, I'm closer there, I'm going to go there. That's all we're after. We're trying to go, here are the different ways you can do well doing reselling, being a conduit of connecting product to customer. Where do you fit best? What applies best for you? So if you want to share your story, let me know. We can talk about doing a video like thing. I will not take you hostage. I'm a lot nicer than the octopus. I swear majority of my orders go to Queensland. Do you find you get sales more from one state than the rest? I've never looked because it's just too much to track. But I am always curious to know how close I can ship something to my house from my house. And I think the closest was some guy who lived literally 2 kilometers down the road from me, and still pay for shipping. Even funnier when I used to do retail arbitrage, where I used to buy stuff like from Kmart and then charge. This is back in COVID days. So going Kmart, then it's like Kmart plus double, triple retail. And I remember shipping something literally like 5Ks up the road. so essentially, I bought the thing that they could have walked to get, and then I shipped it to them for 3 times the price. Had a bit of a laugh from that. Doesn't happen often, clearly, but so yeah, the thing I look for is how close am I actually shipping things to. Grumpy Granny, you're not really in Vic, are you? At least you're not in Vic the way Alex, myself, Jody, Michelle, Chris are in Vic. Capital letter Vic, small letter Vic. All right, I'll stop. Jody, if I do ever give up on them for good, I will let you know about the Brats and the Monster High. I reckon I've got a good, several hundred of them. Well, you and Matilda apparently want to split them up. John, dolls are big market. The thing with dolls is doll buyers are quite particular. So whenever the sell through is slow, I feel like it's the condition. It's not because of the item. Like there's a lot of them will actually wait for better condition hair, better condition clothing, better condition, skin. So, and by skin we mean like the whatever the material is, the plastic. Sometimes will soak up dirt, soak up smudges, and so better condition fit. Even if I didn't realize this until I started selling dolls, that even though they're all made from the same factory, the makeup is different because based on how the machine applies the makeup, and you'll get collectors who will buy a doll and then post it on Facebook and go, I love her look because I have another one and it doesn't look the same. And you go, it's the same doll. And then you'll put them side by side. You're like, wow, it's actually different. Like something about it's different. I can't quite figure it out. And then you have to literally screenshot both faces and kind of put them into quarters and go, match the eyes, match the nose, match the mouth, and go, right, this lip has a bit of a smirk compared to the other one, just because the factory applied it differently. Those little margins, right? If it hits right, it hits right. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So I feel with dolls, it takes a bit of research. Sometimes sits for a bit, but when it hits and it sells really quickly. And when it sells really quickly, it sells to like the randomest part of the world. I remembered I had what's the rarest brats I've sold? Blind Date Nevra, I think it was. Still remember this far. Blind Date Nevra, and it went to, I think it was the Czech Republic. Literally listed it, sold it within 2 days to someone in the Czech Republic. They didn't pay, and then canceled, relisted, sold it within the next day to someone in what was the first country? Or was it the Czech Republic? Yeah, it was one of those countries, right? It was like gone. And then but then you can have I remember I had first edition Chloe just sitting there for like months and months and months and months. And it was the one without it was the blue top without the print. I think that was the rarer variant. And then eventually it sold to someone locally for asking price. But then all these low balls coming through up until that point. So when you understand that, it's like, could your $30 profit be $50 profit if you had waited for it to hit right? Who knows? But I feel like with dolls, they have that possibility. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yep. Everybody stay tuned for Grumpy Granny's postage policies video. Janelle, I feel like you and Matilda will have a lot to talk about because you guys are all into like fabrics and embroidery and sewing and making dresses and customs and whatever else. Janelle, the interview that we did, the audio didn't actually the audio didn't come through, and it was like super frustrating because I watched it like, "Ugh." So we have to do another one. We have to do another one. So Evelyn, Janelle, and Matilda, you guys need to be like some sort of a posse. JAM, jam. Adam with the dad jokes. Adam, are you a dad? I think I've asked you this. Are you a dad? My market stock and eBay stock are pretty different. Could have a sewing weekend and go op shopping, girls. I never thought I'd say this, but I have united the ladies on something that I have no idea about, but I've united you somehow. You're welcome. I need a toilet break, and I think I need a snack. I'll be right back. I just imagine a fireplace where you fed where the fabric females. That sounds not sexy at all. Where knitting natters? No, we'll figure out a name. But you all just around the fireplace and at a safe distance so nothing catches fire. You're all just like knitting and sewing and fixing things. It looks a lot better in my head. Trust me. Sewing bee. That sounds cool. International post. When you set a price for one location, say New Zealand, for example, can I just set another price and choose worldwide for the other price? Not sure. I feel like you can't. I feel like you have to just either do calculated, in which case it changes by the location, or you do flat rate and just flat rate for all the countries, right? But the sewing women don't seem to have picked up that question. I feel like that's yeah, like yeah. I've never looked. I've never looked at whether you can actually split it or not. Let's have a look. I think Janelle, I think what he's saying is he wants to do New Zealand at a lower rate and everything else. So I think what you can do is you will do New Zealand like I saw you can select standard international postage, and then you do Australia post. What I would do is just Australia post every other country but New Zealand at a flat rate, and then you would do you would just select standard international for New Zealand alone. So that way, it would when it comes up for them in New Zealand, they would only see the standard international shipping option, and then your flat rate lower. Granted, the shipping time will vary because the estimator will be a lot longer because it doesn't know which service you're using, but it will come early anyway. So I suppose if someone needs something urgently, they may not buy it from you, but if they don't really care when it arrives, it'll always just arrive earlier than the estimated time, anyways. So like you would do, you know how you have like standard and then express, you just have standard, like Australia Post standard, then you have standard international. And then that one will be for New Zealand, and this one will be the rest of the world. Because the rest of the world requires more of the tracking. Because New Zealand is like, well, it says 3 to 15 business days, but really it's probably gonna arrive in 4. That's what I do. All right, gonna finish this bar, and then we'll start another listening session. Done an hour so far. I love you guys and girls. Thanks, John. Have a good night. We'll see you on Thursday. Question: anybody here in Bendigo? Or anybody know anybody who's in Bendigo? Can help me pick something up just randomly? Oh, cool. Because not sure you guys know this. When I went so I'm not sure you guys knew this, but when we went to the conference in the Gold Coast, Chris Furlong had a Pokemon backpack, and I had a Captain America shield backpack, and it actually was a great conversation starter. Was able to kind of break a bunch of barriers because people go like, "Cool backpack." Anyways, essentially, it's like a giant. It's almost, I reckon, close to a meter across, and I had that strapped to my back. And I've been trying to find a replacement one, not because the one I have is broken, but because I figured why not be the guy who carries a shield everywhere? I don't think anyone else is going to do it. So I've been trying to find a replacement one. There's one for $50 in Kangaroo Flat, and I'm trying to get it picked up somehow. So, yeah, if you guys, if you know anybody near Kangaroo Flat who can pick up a backpack for me, let me know. This thing. All right, we're doing another listing session. Whoa, Janelle, 1,600. That's amazing. Getting distracted. But I feel like the only time I've ever gotten like $1,000 order was when Germany did that Lucid Act thing, and then I'm guessing people couldn't get stuff in anymore, um, unless they were registered. And then I figured if you ship things, you don't put your business name on it, you just make it personal only. Wrap everything in box and paper, no plastic, no bubble wrap. It will make it through customs, and it did. So essentially, I shipped a lot of stuff to literally the same guy, and I'm guessing he flipped it. Either he flipped it or grew his collection, right? There were some duplicates, but that guy essentially spent about $3,000 with me over the course of like 6, 7 weeks. But that's the only time I've ever gone into like four figures. Every time it's generally around that three-figure mark. So like in the hundreds, never in the thousands. But 1,006, amazing. I almost wouldn't believe it if I got $1,000 order because it's toys, right? Like what goes for $1,000 with toys? Well, at least I don't have those toys. Night, Matilda. Liz, I'll talk about international pricing in a bit. Trying to meet my 18 drafts per half hour slot. 60. All right, where are we? La 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 la. Square. I thought square is better for. I thought square is meant to like place you on the map, so to speak. So if you're just online, does square really work? Do you ever get those items where you're like, what color is that? Oh yeah, totally. Especially with especially colors that are like in between, like purple and pink, orange and pink, blue and green. Definitely with the clothing. And I think it helped Lego. This is gonna sound really weird. Have Legos. Because Legos, you have basic colors like your green, blue, and reds, and you just kind of pop the blocks. I don't know what Janelle, because Janelle's obviously she's into fabric, so I'm guessing she's got a better handle on colors. But for me, when I can't figure out a color, I go to the kids' Lego table, my Lego table, and I grab like just the basic blocks like green, blue, yellow, red. I just throw it onto whatever next to whatever I'm looking at, and then I just match the color based on those points of reference. That's pretty basic for me because I mean we don't really have those color swatches, right, to compare. Has John had his soup? No, I have not had soup. I do have soup here. Should I have soup? I also just had a banana. Maybe I'll have soup at like 1:30. How often do you freshen up, change up the pages for your store? Hmm. Sorry. What do you mean by freshen up and change up the pages? Do you mean revise listings, or do you actually mean like what exactly do you mean by freshen up? Whilst I wait for you, I'll light my candle. Why not? Let's light the candle. This place probably could use with a bit of a freshen up. Where is the candle? Oh, nah, don't. Oh, the banner and stuff. I don't do it at all. It's funny. I started doing the 1 second. I'm curious about something. I started doing the banner thing. I started doing the banner thing at the start, thinking that it was relevant and necessary, and then after a while, I was just like, nah. and haven't looked at it since. So yeah, um, don't know what to tell you, Grumpy. Um, I, I feel like eBay doesn't really push it either because you almost have to click on the store name to go. So, for example, if someone searches by list, if someone searches by listing, they go to if someone searches by item, they click on a listing. Then from the listing, they go to view seller's other items. Unless they click on the actual seller's name to see the banner, when they click on the seller's other items, they find themselves in a search kind of format, anyways. Most of them just go to search and keep going. They don't even like. I don't think they actually notice the rest of the stuff that's around there because the eBay page is actually quite crowded. So kudos to eBay for the fact that it's still functional. People can know what to do next. I don't think they notice all the periphery. Kind of like how most people don't notice Facebook banner ads anymore. So I feel like because of all that periphery stuff just gets tuned out anyways. I don't see the point of freshening it up. Because if I've got stores that I go to on a regular basis, or I've got stores that I'm going to look for stuff, my brain wants to spend time looking for listings that I want to buy. So I don't think the rest of that stuff really matters. How you test it, no idea. Because what we know is that better items, better pricing, promotional tools move items faster. The rest of the stuff is just extra. So it's almost like I feel like all that refreshing page stuff. It's really similar to when I became a mortgage broker. They said I needed a website, and I said why? Because when people refer you, they feel like you need to have a website. The first thing they do is look you up on a website, which I'm like in my head going, why can't they just take your referral? Because don't they trust you? That's what goes on in my head, right? So I feel like a website is like just similar to how a website was a prerequisite. I feel like those banners are all just that. There are people who come to eBay to sell and feel like unless eBay provides those tools, they don't feel like the site's legit. But I mean, to be honest, you go to Temu, you go to Ali, like it's so messy and cluttered, anyways. No one really. I wouldn't say no one gives a crap. Like there's a section that does, but I don't see it as a prerequisite. That's really what I'm trying to get at. For a very small section it is, but I don't think for buyers it really makes a difference. So if you're doing it more so because you enjoy looking at a nice looking store, but it takes time. Yeah. Does this make it even more romantic? I have to be careful not to put this under the focus sign. Although I feel like even if I do, it's not gonna burn. It's too far off, anyways. um, when the joke becomes reality, why not? I mean, that's the fun part of a live stream, right? We just do whatever. And I'm guessing you guys have boundaries. So as long as you're not like, take off your shirt, that's most things are okay. More the listings, feature categories. Yeah, so I don't do any of those things because I think about the buyer's behavior, the flow of activity. It's like you go from the item from one search format to another search format, and then if it's a regular buyer, they just use the same search anyways. So yeah. Don't burn focus. I was gonna ask for marketing banners. Did you get one made or do it yourself? Uh my issue with that is because you can't get feedback, or there is no. It's not like you have it's not like you have a tracking link that you can follow, or a pixel that you can follow, of who actually goes to that page before they go to any other page. The rest, if you take good photos, you get told. If you send an offer, you see the pricing of the order. You know it was a send offer. If someone uses a coupon, you see it. So I think that's it, right? It's if you do all the things that you can get feedback on already, that's enough for you to move items at a pretty good sell-through rate. That the rest of it just feels like stuff that you don't actually need to do. Yeah. Yeah, do the stuff that you can get. Do the stuff that you can get feedback on, because at least it informs your decisions. Otherwise, it's just pretty, really, isn't it? Yeah. Also, the phone camera seems to be. It says that it's on 20% battery, which means that at some point that's going to cut off, and we're going to revert to a front-facing view. Just in case you guys see that happen, I'm wondering why. It's all right. Get the front view, not the side view, just the front view. But I'm just saying that the. I just got a warning that that's on 20% at the moment. At some point, when the channel actually makes money, we'll have proper cameras. But for now, it's iPhone camera, iPhone via continuity camera linked to this, and then this phone's on a different user ID, so that's why it won't link to that. Hmm. Shall we do more listing right now? Wow, 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 wow. How are we all going? Are we still productive? Are we still in flow? Cool, cool, cool. Oh, funny thing today. So we're teaching my daughter not teaching, we're familiarizing my daughter with showers, because she she still finds the whole thing a bit scary. She said that, like, which is funny because you think it's just a shower, right? Everybody showers. But then you realize that a 3-year-old on the ground staring up at water pouring down and making a loud crashing noise. It's kind of scary. So we're trying to get that down. And then she comes out, and then I'm trying to like dry her, and I hear my son yelling, and he's like, ah, ah, ah. And anyways, I remember this because we have a little like ghost story type vibe happening here. Anyways, so then I run outside, and he's just like like he's seen a ghost, right? And here's what he says: Eddie, the balloon moved by itself. The balloon moved by itself. So here's what happened. It was one of those like princess balloons with helium in it that you have at birthday parties. And it's already like probably only a third inflated at this point, but it's still floating in. It's, I know those things are really light. And so the heater's on, and clearly the ducted heating is kind of blowing around and causing the balloon to kind of shuffle on the ceiling. So it's making like this and just rotating in the air. He's like, it's moving, and I don't know why. It's creeping me out. And so then I'm like, calm down. There's a scientific explanation for this. And I obviously have to like stand on one end of the balloon, give it a light blow, see how it's moving, move the other side, see how it's moving. But yeah, the fact that he was pale because he thought that there was something else happening with the balloon was pretty hilarious. So many kid stories. Granny appreciates. Thanks, puppy dog. Plenty of stories. I like saying, I think our attention spans being shorter means people don't really look at all that stuff anymore. All the banner stuff reminds me of the MySpace days. Yeah, it's interesting with. I feel like eBay offers it and says, "Here, we've given you screen real estate," but no one cares, right? It's just annoying. It's just extra that no one cares for. Oh, thanks, Sandra. See you on Thursday. Yeah. So just think once again, right? We come back to this fundamental thing. Think about how the buyer buys on each platform and cater to that, right? Like, here's a simple one. The number of times, like it took, so we know on eBay, you take photos in a square mode. You know that that's the best way that it presents. Okay. For me, I turn square mode off when I'm not doing eBay. So I don't so because when I take photos of the kids, I take photos of wherever I want it. When I do videos, I want it to be in 16:9, and then when I list on Facebook, I don't see it as eBay. So for a while, I was just taking my phone, taking photo, putting it on Facebook because you know what, it's cheap, it's bundles. The effort reflected the value for me, and then I was like, wait, why am I doing this? Because Facebook also presents a square mode. I really should be doing it in square mode. And then, surprise, surprise, I was selling Lego sets where the photos were cropped and you only see the middle portion of the box. And it just goes to show you that you if you don't put conscious thought into doing something, you're not going to tailor it to the buyer anyways. And obviously the items didn't sell, surprise, surprise, because the photos were not appealing. Change to square mode, items started selling faster because guess what? Items were in focus from the thumbnail point of view, and so when Facebook recommends the item, when you think about Facebook, right? You, you know that the buyer knows that Facebook will recommend something, but they don't know, but they still feel like Facebook sometimes doesn't recommend the right thing. So if you have a listing that's relevant, but the thumbnail doesn't convey that, the buyer will happily scroll on and not click on it, not because it's not relevant, because they just go, well, Facebook probably didn't get this one right. Like they just chuck it in, they just slot it into that folder of Facebook's margin for error, right? So the moment the photo is relevant, they go, this is for me. Get it? So essentially, it's kind of like promoter listing. Facebook is recommending this to me, and Facebook generally sorts by, I think, by recency and closeness to you. So therefore, if you have just having a good thumbnail alone leads to your listing being clicked on, and the chances are you'll get somebody who actually lives pretty close by, who wants it right now because they happen to search for it and they're looking at it from a recency point of view. So that's kind of what I mean. When you think about how the buyer searches and their expectations of a platform, you just tailor to that and you're sorted. You don't have to worry about anything else. And so really, description fields almost don't even have to be filled out. Facebook will recommend it based on the photo alone. So Facebook, the algorithm is so good at picking out detail in photos. Spelling errors don't matter. Spelling errors on eBay will ruin you. Spelling errors on Gumtree, just forget about it, right? Because Gumtree literally goes, well, I guess David is spelled with two V's and an E. Gumtree will let you do it. eBay at least bothers to try and correct you when it tries to, merge the apostrophes with the not apostrophes, the hyphens with the no hyphens. It tries to do all these things like large LRG is LARGE. Like it tries to do all those things to try and help you. Gumtree doesn't help you. Facebook text doesn't matter because it's all about the photo. So if the photo has one item that's relevant to the person, it'll present the whole bulk lot to them, right? So then the buyer goes, okay, I know that can happen because that has happened before. If I'm not interested in that listing, I'll just keep scrolling on. So the thumbnail needs to capture. That's how I think about each platform and what I put my effort into. And if you do that, you'll probably get pretty good results already. And then once you do that, once you do that and you get clicks and you're getting listing saves, you pretty much know that from that point on, it's the pricing. It's either the pricing or the condition, because you've already sorted out I know how to use the platform and I know how to tailor the platform experience to the buyer. So then it's just pricing, condition, and then you just play seesaw with those two until it fits, and then you learn something. Right, at this condition, at this price. At this condition, at this price. At this condition, it can go a bit higher, a bit lower. Yeah, then it's pretty simple from that point on. You've kind of crossed your T's, dotted your I's. Alex, I think about how I buy because I'm a picky buyer, so I take photos and do my listings how I want to see an item if I will buy it. Yep. I'm also impatient as zero concentration, so I definitely don't look at the pretty banner stuff. Yep. Did he say dumb tree? It might as well be called dumb tree. Seriously, oh man, I'm trying to think of an example. All right. On Facebook, if you put in Hot Wheels cars, you get the Matchbox listings as well. On Gumtree, you have to put Hot Wheels and you'll get Hot Wheels, but you won't get all the listings that say toy cars without the words Hot Wheels in it. Sourcing on Gumtree, right, is like sourcing on Gumtree is so tedious because you're doing a new search for every little thing. Whereas on Facebook, you put one thing, it gives you everything. Yeah. Sometimes on Facebook as well, because of the. So here's how the buyer in mind works, right? If I'm buying toys for the children that parents pay for, of course parents pay for all things, but we're talking like there's grown up Lego sets 18 plus that grown ups pay for, and then there's the Lego sets that parents pay for their kids to play. When I look for list when I look for certain toys, I will get bulk lots with literally most of the things that I want, anyways, because Facebook already knows that I've searched for those other things too. So then, when you think about the thousands of listings on Marketplace, Facebook already curates, because in those photographs are all items that I'm interested in. The number of times I've searched for one thing and picked up multiple lots of stuff that have more things that I want than I requested, so good. So yeah, just knowing how that works makes for a much smoother, faster, efficient experience. Ah, I know Wallace and Gromit. Had to say I know something because it's like you guys been talking about country musicians and Australian musicians. And I'm like, who are they? Oh, puppy dog, you can't send super chats to me because I'm not monetized yet. So once the channel monetizes, then you guys can send super chats, and then Jenny will allow me to keep running these live streams. So at the moment, Jenny lets me run these live streams because she's like, all right, you need to get your watch hours up. So there's a benefit to doing these live streams. At the start of doing live streams, I didn't realize that we would actually have a consistent 20 something people turning up to these lives for about the first 2 hours of them. And then after that, essentially about 40, 50 people, about 40, 50 people turn up to these live streams every single time, which is super amazing to see. Like, I did not expect this to happen. So I said to Jen, I'll do the live streams because it helps to get the watch hours up. Because essentially, if there's 20 of you here watching 2 hours each, then essentially every session is like 40 hours. Once it monetizes, though, I will be interested to see her response when that first month comes through. She'll be like, if it's $10, she'll be going, so you're staying up till 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 nights a week for $10 a month. You know what I mean? It'll be pretty funny. But of course, it's a slow build. I get it. And Jenny's amazing. Like, don't think that she's like some micromanaging, stingy person. She's super generous. She's super supportive. Janelle's met her. She's beautiful. Point being is she's great, but she's very much a work for today, make today. So when it's like we're building something for the future, especially on the business side, it takes her a while to wrap it around. So so once the channel monetizes, then we can do super chats. There'll be like the membership option we talked about, where there'll be like we can do like a monthly like Zoom call thing where you guys all can talk at the same time and have to learn how to mute you guys. Another learning curve, right? So that all opens up once the channel monetizes. So at the moment, the channel is sitting on, let me see, 3,701 hours. We need 4,000. So now 300 hours to go. So there. Grumpy Granny, I am using StreamYard. I have the paid version. I literally have the professional version now because I was trying to I did 2 cameras for so the pro version lets you do 2 cameras as opposed to 1 when we were doing the unpacking of the basketball cards. And also by nature I don't skimp, as you probably realize. For me, if I see something is worth doing, I try my best to be able to get top of the range and just run with that, because eventually I'm gonna have to learn to use most of those features anyways. And I feel like when you like I get budgets, I get that. I will always try and find the money to justify the expense rather than control the expense until I make the money. So that's just how I'm wired, which actually can be quite frustrating, especially when things are really tight and when there's sudden like downturns in cash flow. But yeah, for me, it's like if I buy the top subscription for StreamYard, So we've done live streams for 8 weeks now. Wow, 8 weeks. Um, I had the free version, then I went basic, and because I had to, I think the free version gives you 20 hours of recordings a month, and so basic became unlimited streaming, and then professional is for the multiple cameras and all the other stuff that you can do. Um, Once I got access to the features, I'll start using the features, and then the quality of the stream obviously improves. So yeah, yeah, templates, man. Templates and sell similar, the best. I mean, we've done 60 listings in an hour, and I've done 60 listings in an hour, 60 drafts in an hour and a half. If I had to do them individually, whew, no chance. More listing. Can are we done with the candlelight? Can I turn the lights back on? Puppy dog, it's really hard to. It's really. I've got. It's like I've got a 32-inch flashlight in front of me. It's really hard on the eyes. I don't think I can last till 2 o'clock if the lights off for the whole time. So we're making a health decision at this point. Adam, at least there's one sensible person in the chat. Janelle, so next week. What about next week? The Alex, the good thing about templates as well is whenever I hire people to work for me and do my drafts for me, the templates help me to understand where my listings overlap so that like you already know that there's only like you, for example, with characters or with cars, like where the variations are, but I don't think we fully appreciate the proportion of differences to what stays the same for every listing until you do a template and you realize, oh, it's a lot faster. It's like, and that perception shift makes you work a lot faster too. It makes you, like, imagine when you're tired and you want to do 10 listings, you're like, oh, it's so much work. But once you understand that most of them are essentially templates, you're just selling similar, or you're just using a template and you just have to add, four specifics, or three specifics, sometimes even one specific, you feel you definitely have more of a can do. And I think that's really what it comes down to for me. Uh, being more aware of the extent of the can do. That way, when you got 10 minutes here, 15 minutes, you can still get something done. And yeah, Nah, no chips. Sorry, had to go do a gas break. All right. Oh yeah, Janelle. Hopefully in a week. Hopefully. Night, Granny. Night, Janelle. Send the screenshot to me. Oh, okay. Let me see. How do I share this? Share the screenshot. Screenshot's up. Do we want to zoom in or zoom in? Let's see if we can zoom in. Nope. You have such a way with words, Paul. Dear buyer, I know you want your items quickly, so I ship daily around 3 p.m. AEST. If you order before that time, there's a good chance it will be out that day. But if not, please rest assured it'll be out the next day. I must confess, I am human. And on the very rare occasion something in real life comes up and I might have to ship earlier in the day, I'll do the best I can. That's very reassuring. Why am I whispering? Yeah, Paul is awesome. Paul is super helpful. Very technical. He super supportive. I think he just wants us all to succeed, and he just wants the community to do well. Positive vibes. So yeah, any help you need, reach out to Paul. Especially on the technical back end side of things, he's way more knowledgeable than I am. You can tell, right? Like there are those of us who are very good on the data. Some of us are really good on the operation, the back end side of things. And then I'm very much a salesperson. So as far as I'm concerned, if you want to know how to sell something, you want to put stuff on eBay to move stuff, that's me. User experience, all that, that's me. How it all gets built on the back end, I've got no clue. So that's kind of Paul. Paul is like the person you meet when you want to build your own website. You go, hey, I want to use this. I want to use Wix. I want to use Square. I want to use whatever WordPress, which is better. He'll tell you how all that works, which one's better. And I'm just like, but they're all websites, right? So that's the difference. Sitting on 75 list, 75 drafts so far. We've done a bit of talking this round though, which is all right. Covered a few things. Hmm. Paul, have you ever figured out a way to charge reasonable amounts of money for useful plugins? Like, is there actually a is there actually a market for custom software at a reasonable price, or is it a case where it's basic generic software at $5 or custom solutions at 5 figures and upwards? Like, what's the yeah? I don't know. I don't know that market very well. I'm very much use whatever I have that I can just use out of the box. I've never actually thought of making anything custom. This depends. For e-commerce, there's mostly out-of-the-box stuff that you just modify the minimal amount and it's fairly cheap. For really wild stuff, that's way different. It can be time-consuming and expensive. So you want to try and always use something that's standard, but that lets you make changes if you need to. Yeah, it makes sense. That makes sense. The one thing the one thing I really want is multi-account syncing for my posts, but I know you can just sign up to ShipStation and just use that, but then you have to pay, the monthly fee for ShipStation, which I haven't done yet because I feel like I don't use the other accounts aren't big enough to justify that expense. So I've used that money to go do StreamYard instead. Now, Alex, Tuesday, Thursday. We'll see you next time. Potentially doing a Saturday afternoon one as well because Megan Jordan requested it. So we'll see if I can make that happen. Because I think Wayno wants me to do the live on Sunday as well. So it'll be interesting. A lot of streaming time. WordPress WooCommerce is free. Yeah, I remember someone telling me that about APIs, about how like um the one-way APIs are one-way APIs are fine, but it's the two-way communication that's the issue. I feel like at this point, if you guys just log onto the internet at any point in time, I'll probably be live because I feel like I'm live half the days in the week and generally for long chunks of time. I was frozen for a little bit, but that was a while back. So I'm not sure whether maybe you're watching the not live. You might have been watching the recorded version and went back to the live version. It did drop out for like a little bit, but that was probably about half an hour ago now. Did anyone has seen trouble with the postage? Can't seem to find the untracked option again on the app. Jody, desktop, do the desktop thing. Like everything's on the desktop. Whenever the app fails us, we go back to the desktop. It's all there. Um, yeah, the app sometimes you miss some options on the app when they're doing maintenance or when they just decide to not make it available for whatever reason. No explanation. But if I just use the desktop version, everything's there. Really? You can't find it on desktop either? I'm sure there is the untracked option, unless you're talking about um are we talking books here or are we talking it shouldn't matter though. I've got untracked on mine. I just looked up so I've got a toy car at the moment. I just go to domestic services in find a postage service, find the postage service, the search bar at the top, untracked, and it's showing me Australia Post domestic regular letter untracked. So it's definitely there. Refresh your browser, maybe. Yeah, it ship station is 250, and then yeah, so essentially you're more or less losing your band 5 discount just to use it and get the efficiency, which didn't make sense to me. It's funny you say that, Paul, like how, if you build something they will probably do it and then, just make your thing redundant. It's so interesting because they probably have people with the skill. It's just a priority, right? So they go, yeah, we're not gonna make it until somebody else makes us make it, which is really dumb. Puppy dog, how do you combine postage before buyer pay, please? You do. I usually have free post, so it used to not matter. I did partial refund after they pay. So, um, when you do you still do free postage or do you do? But are you asking about free or paid? Do you currently do free? Okay, so in terms of free postage, do you know how to do postage policies on eBay? Well, you can do both. So if you go to, I'll see if I can pull it up. So if you go to like the G'day, whatever your name is in the top left of your desktop, and go to account settings. In your account settings, you scroll down to shipping preferences. So it's under the selling tab. So you'll see personal information and privacy, payment information, account preferences, and then selling. If you go to shipping preferences, you will find um, postage settings, and then allow combined payments and postage. Then you can either do flat postage rule, calculator postage rule, promotional postage rule. If you click on that, you'll get a thing that essentially lets you subtract an amount or add an amount. Could be a percentage or dollars. So essentially, it's not a precise tool, but it allows you to kind of refund something back. So for me, with paid, I essentially just add I minus 95%. So for example, if somebody buys an item for that has $9 postage and they buy a second item, it just charges another 45 cents on top. So therefore, when they get to 3 items, it's $9.90. It gets to 4 items, it becomes $10.35, and then $10.80, and then it becomes eventually it gets pretty close to the medium size because I do flat rate. So I minus 95% for each additional item of the shipping. And then when you go to your actual listing, you'll see combined postage rule, and then you just click on the rule that you want. So for example, with free, it can be a case of if you can, which is it's complicated. I feel like it's complicated when it comes to a store with multiple things because with me, most of my items ship small anyways, and then it's just a matter of if it's a medium, then they just minus 5% on the small item that ships with the medium item. But if you're talking someone buying like a suitcase, and then they're buying like a t-shirt, and then they're buying I'm not sure how that calculation would work. Because it doesn't say that it applies to categories. So hmm. He said, have a play around with it. If you do get it wrong, you'll notice it immediately. Never ever ask the buyer to pay additional shipping. Obviously, you just copy it as you make mistakes. We've made those mistakes as well ourselves. Um, my Eventually you'll figure out the right mix of policies that go together, so that, because I don't think you can do it by category from memory. I think it's just adding and minusing percentages. I might be wrong. Let me just have a check. Okay, let's see. Combined postage, flat postage rule. Yeah, so if you add a profile, it's just based on subtract percentages or dollars. So I suppose Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure eBay takes the largest amount and then it applies the rules to all the smaller ones, right? So, like for example, if she has an item that ships for, like if she has an item that is $15 shipping and an item that is free shipping, eBay would charge the 15 shipping on the first item we've paid, but then it would, if you have a deductive, if you have like a minus 90% rule, for example, it wouldn't apply to the free postage model anyways. So therefore, the person is still paying two lots of shipping. But if you did $15 and then $9, $9, $9, and you said minus 90%, then essentially you would have $15 plus 90 cents for each additional item, and then your refund to the buyer would be less. This used to be an issue, Puppy Dog, when the fees were not refunded to you if you refunded the buyer combined postage, but now it is. So I suppose if it doesn't happen that often, you could just manually refund the buyer, and you're not out of pocket the fee of that additional postage. Because back then, I think maybe 3 months, 6 months back, it used to be a thing where if the buyer paid more postage, you refunded them, you still paid the full fee on all the postage the buyer initially paid. So that was kind of like a bummer. You can minus a dollar value. So I suppose if, let's say, you have $15 shipping, and then on the $15 items, you might say minus 10. So then it's just an additional 5. But then on the $9 shipping items, you might go minus 8. So there's an additional dollar. Yeah. Dollar based adding and subtracting potentially. You just have to play around it and see. Because I feel like the issue then becomes, if a buyer goes to checkout and sees that the numbers are wrong, is it going to deter them from buying? If a buyer already is paying you multiple lots of shipping at the checkout and you're just refunding them, then therefore the total number they see at checkout isn't a deterrent for them to check out. So you'll still get your payment. If they see that the shipping is still reasonable. So for example, right, we ship something in a large flat rate box. It's about $15 to $17 depending on what band you're on, counting for stationery and whatnot. If your combined shipping total ends up at like $21, do you feel the need to refund the 4, or do you just go, right? Some people go, and the buyer still whatever, right? It's still combined because it's better than 15, 15, 15. So it could be a case where if it's plus minus say $2-3 at the end of the day, if you just don't refund, it evens out for you. The buyer doesn't really care. They're still technically getting a deal because they're going through with the purchase anyways. That's how I look at it. I'm looking at the calc. I've never actually played with calculated combined shipping, only flat and promotional. Because so promotional combined shipping just means that when someone buys more than a certain amount, you can just make it free shipping or charge a flat rate. That could be something you can do as well. All right, we've got the phone's on 5% battery, so I think now is probably a good time to call it a night. Well done, guys. The number of us persisting all the way to 2 o'clock is larger and larger with each live. I think last week was only 5 people left. Now we got 8. Woohoo. Now I gotta wake up early tomorrow. Send the kids to school. That's the challenge. See you guys on Thursday. Happy reselling. Yes, soup next session. And thanks, Paul, for all the encouragement for likes. We had 15 today. Not bad. That's pretty good as far as conversion rates go.